Yom Kippur is known as Yom Hadin, which means Day of Judgment. And there are a lot of parallels drawn between the annual Day of Judgment and the final Day of Judgment. So wearing white is, a reset, a symbol of the reset. Some people will wear a kittel, and a kittel is a white robe that's worn on one's wedding day, every Yom Kippur, and in the casket. So wearing a kittel is like saying, I'm ready. Plus, Rosh Hashanah is known as Yom Harat Olam, the day of great potential, but it can also be said a day when the world is pregnant. So Rosh Hashanah is the day of our birth, Yom Kippur is the day of our death, and everything that we do is preparing for that day. So Kol Nidre, everything we do in between, like living a whole life in the 10 days. So Kol Nidre, when we're parading in, it's symbolic of a funeral procession, and looking into the empty ark, and it's an empty box. The only other time we're looking straight into an empty box is when it's our casket. In fact, it's the same word, aron. Aron just means cabinet, so it can really hold anything, but it's one of the words used for a casket. So it's a little bit of high drama, because on the high holy days there should be, any liturgical service should be sacred drama, but all the more so on the high holy days, when the most important liturgy of the year, the most important service of the year, so the drama is a little elevated. Did that cover it? Okay. They're in there. Oh, where are they when? So in a normal year, it would be 3 people holding the arks, and holding the Torahs, and we would put all 3 of them in. This year, to not make a crowd of people standing there for 20 minutes, we decided to use only 1. The other 2 were in my office, and we put them back this morning. Not that he was carrying the. I would have more sympathy for you if you accepted Brian's help when it was offered. Mira, I saw Mira first, and then I saw Barbara, and I can't tell who that is because, Terry. Hi, Terry. Oh, now you know. Okay. Did you hear me say in my office? Okay. No. What? It's no problem at all. Okay, Barbara.
So all the lights are lit on the wall. Is that because it's essentially everyone's kind of dark side today? But then they're not all lit. Is that just because the light bulbs are broken out?
Everyone that is lit is for someone who has died. Some people have reserved spots. This is an unusual thing some people have reserved spots. And we used to just light them all, but then some people see that their reserved spot is lit, and they're like, oh, am I dead? So, sorry, the question was... So the question was, why is the whole board lit up, and why are some of them not all lit up? So, okay, so some of them don't have... The 3 new ones in the middle... Those spots are for nobody. So I assume, nobody talked about this with me as far as lighting them or not lighting them this year in the middle panels, but my assumption is since none of those are for anybody, then technically they're for people who are alive. So those are not lit. Here's my hope, because it is about 10 degrees warmer where Terry is sitting than where Al is sitting. And that's because those light bulbs, if anybody missed out on 6th grade science class, incandescent bulbs produce light and heat. Now, some people like sitting there because they like being near their relatives, and some people like sitting there because they get chilly easily. But I'm hoping someday we will have LED lights for many, many reasons. One of them being it looks better. One of them being people who have reserved spaces. If it's all LED, if it's all digital, and someone wants to reserve a spot, we can just shoehorn them in whenever, may they live to 120, but whenever they need the spot, we can shoehorn them in easily digitally. And it doesn't produce as much heat, which means we don't need to spend as much energy, which means we don't need to spend as much money, which means we're taking care of the environment, blah, 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 blah. But it also, the spaces and the, oh yeah, and on Simchat Torah, if we ever get to the point where we're holding the Torah around the room again, people on that wall don't have to be as careful as they do now. Because I've seen a lot of these break, and I've only been here for 9 years, so this is my 9th. So all kinds of stuff. If you would like to donate an LED board to us, we would be very, very happy to. If you would like to donate the cost of an LED board to us, we would be very, very happy to talk about how to put that together. So see Albert Davidson. You're welcome. And then Terry.
You were talking about redemption and leaning in rather than, what if a person is really unredeemed? How, I've had people say that, you should never wish anybody dead, what we want, even though we feel like the world would be a better place. What do you do with those feelings and those, that's the answer.
Okay. So what do we do with a person who's not redeemable? What happens when we are hoping for an apology but don't get one, or when an apology wouldn't do anything? I'm going to answer with a. Their lack of a, they're oblivious. So I'm hearing two different things in what you're saying. One, that a person is too evil to even want to be redeemed, and the other is that they're too ignorant to be aware they need to be redeemed. The latter is easier to deal with. You talk to them. You tell them what you're doing is hurting me, and I want you to be aware of what you're doing. And that's what Darrell Davis did. He allowed people to know that certain behaviors are not acceptable and why. Now, the people who are too evil to be redeemed, those are the ones, sometimes cancellation is necessary. And so the ones who just are irredeemable, for those people we can walk away, but I also learned very recently a story of two Buddhist monks walking, taking a walk, and they're walking along a bridge, and there's this very, very wealthy woman and her retinue, and they're carrying all kinds of packages for her, and she's looking at a puddle that she doesn't want to walk through because it's muddy, and she's yelling at her employees because they're not helping her across the mud, but their hands are full. They can't do anything about it. And one of the monks just, walks past her and skips through the mud, and then the other monk picks her up, carries her across the mud, places her down on the other side, and then she just shoves him out of, he puts her down and she shoves him and goes on her merry way. And so they're walking, and finally the first monk says, I don't understand why you helped that woman. She was so awful. She was awful to you. Why did you even bother? And the other monk says, I put that woman down an hour ago. Why are you still carrying her? I can't hear you, but I'm sure it was funny. Right. Yep. There are certain ones who do, yeah, yeah. And some of them know karate, but you know.
Thirteen attributes of mercy. Explain the new math. Why do we still call it that?
Because we do. Yeah, numbers aren't math. I put that down years ago. Why are you still carrying it? Yeah, numbers aren't math. Shelley.
The tradition of stepping back and bowing left, right, and center, where does that come from?
Okay, so the question that Shelley and Brian have is why do we take 3 steps back for Oseh Shalom and bow and 3 steps forward? That is a symbolic stepping out of the holy space that we've created in our prayer service and saying goodbye. Bowing left, right, and center to symbolize all directions. Not quite as many directions as we shake a lulav, but all directions. And then we step back in, taking the 3 steps forward. We're stepping back into the mundane. It's the acknowledgement that, like we would love to stay in the holy all the time, but we need to get stuff done in the world of the mundane. And so we're acknowledging that there is a time to pray and a time to go and do in the world. Yes. I had to hold up the L. Yes.
Similar realm, when we bow during L'Chadodi to the Sabbath rite, is left and right?
It's left and right. So, okay, the question was same choreography for L'Chadodi, but no center. So, Boi Chala, yes, left then right. That one is we're greeting the Sabbath bride. So we're saying, we're so glad that you're here. And the reason we do it twice is because we say Boi Chala twice, which means come in bride. So we're saying welcome, welcome. You do you, Sam. It would look funny if we were all. There's something nice to synchronicity of the choreography, so I think that's all it is looking pretty. Oh well, if the bride is reading Hebrew, then our left is her right. Yeah, upstage, downstage, stage left, house right, all that.
If I could, tying back into the Oseh Shalom question. So for the Amida, at the beginning, when we say my lips, we do the 3 steps back and 3 steps up to kind of enter the space. However, when we're just doing like a morris cottage, we're not really doing a stepping in at the beginning. So are we?
There are some people who, at the end of the Amidah, so the question was, why do we do it? We do this with stepping back and forward at the beginning of the Amidah as well. Why don't we do it? Why don't we do it at the beginning of Kaddish to step into? Yeah.
If we're not doing this stepping in at the beginning of Kaddish, then are we still stepping?
Yeah. So why do we? Yeah. Why do we? Yeah. Why is it missing at the beginning of Kaddish, or why? Yeah. Yeah. I think part of the so I think part of it is the Amidah is the extra sacred within the sacred, and there are customs of bowing when you enter a sanctuary. Very rare. In fact, there's even an assumption that the only reason that custom ever existed is because the doors used to be lower, but that may be a joke. The idea at Kaddish is that no matter whether we've stepped out or stepped in, we've created, by the time we get to Kaddish Atom specifically, we've created that sacred space enough that we can step out and step in. Yeah, yeah.
Another question about Kol Nidre. Obviously, it's for oral vows and questionable things that we're about to do, and we ask for forgiveness from God. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to look back and say, we committed these vows, we didn't uphold them, we need to ask God for forgiveness for those that we in the past versus what we may not do in the future?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that's what Vidui is all about. So we spend most of the day talking about what we have done or have not done that we need to fix, which includes vows. So Kol Nidre is, and anything that we're not going to cover between now and next year. Like all the things that I'm going to swear I'm going to do, because we know we're going to promise we're going to do something. Oh yeah, I'll see you at your party, and then, I don't want to go to the party. Oh yeah. I'll send you a copy of this book I've been talking to you about, and we forget. So we and in all of those things, that's a lot of it is. I'll put it this way: it is a Jewish custom to say before you say I'm going to, you say bli neder, before or after you've said bli neder. Bli neder means no vow. Neder, nidre. So nidre is plural. That kind of, it's one of those many little halachic tricks to like pretend you're not really breaking the law that you're breaking, like an eruv or timers on Shabbat or there's the new one is, please forgive me, but this actually is a thing, caffeine suppositories for today. And no, I don't have one. They're finding all of these holes to go through, pun intended, to break the law, to break the rules because we need to. Whereas someone like me, we're like, look, I take, for example, blood pressure medication every morning. I have to take it on Yom Kippur, which means I have to take a little water with it. So that's and again, just like with standing and rising, exactly the same thing. It's okay if I take my medicine. I have to take my medicine. That's the rule. So by that same token, for me, I don't enjoy a cup of coffee in the morning of Yom Kippur, but I'll take a caffeine pill because it's medicine. And it's medicine enough that it will prevent me from getting a headache by 9 a.m. So taking a caffeine pill, treating it as medicine instead of a cup of coffee, which I enjoy. I love coffee. I would like to sit and have a cup of coffee every morning. I have a cup of coffee 364 days a year. But I don't need to pretend I'm not taking caffeine. I'm okay with saying, no, this addiction to coffee is a sickness that I have, and the medicine for that sickness is a caffeine pill. And believe me, you wouldn't want to hear the answers to these questions if I was not on caffeine. So we do a lot of things to make loopholes for the stuff that we know that we're doing so we can pretend we're following all of Jewish law. But Reform Jews, yeah. We do both. We do both. We say we say we're sorry for the things that we've done. And we spend most of the day on that. But for one moment we say, and also we acknowledge that we're going to screw up. So it's both. Tammy? Why I didn't tell you about the suppositories or the, sorry for the gesture, sorry for the gesture. I don't know. I wasn't hiding it. I mean, do you want to, you think it should have been in the to-go-ware? I should have also given you. Yeah. No, go to CVS. Enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. Good. You know, being a Reformed Jew does not mean we're breaking the laws of Judaism. It means we are admitting that we reinterpret them. So Orthodox Jews reinterpret laws. That's why they have caffeine suppositories and timers for lights and eruvim. But they say, no, we're keeping the law because we've made these other things that help us keep the law. No, you're not. You're breaking the law, but you're using these tools to pretend you're not. So really, every Jew is a Reformed Jew, just some do it slower than others. No Jewish person makes daily sacrifices, even though it says to in the Torah. No Jewish person brings a goat 4 times a year to Jerusalem, even though it says to do it in the Torah. There are some Jews who still do kaparot, which is disgusting, and I'm totally against it. But other than that, kaparot, it's where you take a chicken, break its neck, and swing it over your head. It's gross, it's cruel, yeah. That's why I am an admittedly Reformed Jew. That it's not the only reason. But I'm not gonna go around the room and quiz how many people eat bacon regularly, but I'm sure there are people in this room who do. And I will tell you, I do not keep kosher. I don't find it meaningful. I don't keep kosher. That's right. You heard it here first. Maybe first. I don't find kashrut as defined by the rabbis as meaningful. But here's what I do. I'm a pescatarian. That's partly because I don't like meat. I don't like the taste of it. And partly because I don't like the taste of some meats and others are not healthy. So that's part of it. And I've taken my personal dietary practices and applied them to how I understand Jewish dietary law. And I'm admitting to you the truth that I didn't take Jewish law and then make my practices after it. I'm telling you the right way. One sec. So let me explain Jewish dietary law overarching. God gave rules for eating 3 times. Not just the 2 times kashrut is mentioned. Not there's Deuteronomy where everything's repeated. Not counting that, 3 times. God tells Adam, only eat the plants. See, I give you all of these seed-bearing plants as food. He doesn't eat any animals. Noah is told you can eat whatever you want as long as it's dead before it goes into your mouth. So Adam eats no animals. Noah can eat whatever he wants as long as it's dead first. Moses is told, all right, these things you eat, these things you don't. I see it as pure vegetarianism is the way God would like us to eat. God wanted Adam to eat God's way. Only vegetables and fruits. Noah got to eat the way humans want. the seafood diet in the sense of I see it, I eat it. That's what humans want. We want to satisfy our appetites and eat anything. God saw these two ways of eating and went, all right, let's compromise. I'm going to go down the middle. You can eat these things, but please stay away from these things. Some of the things that you're staying away from are delicious, but stay away anyway. Some of the things that you can eat, make them as delicious as you want, but that's the compromise. Some things you eat, some things you don't. So I see it as a way of when I eat, when I prepare food for myself and my family, yes, I'm the one who prepares the food. I am conscientious of what we're putting in our bodies. And I'm not just giving everybody whatever we want. Because if everybody only ate whatever we want, Natalie would only eat chocolate and sushi. Alex would only eat chicken nuggets and taquitos. Bella would only eat potatoes. And Gabriel would probably only eat bacon. But instead, we give a compromise. You know, you gotta eat some greens before you eat this. You know, all the stuff that my parents told me, and that's our compromise, is being conscientious about what we eat. I saw Arnold first.
Rabbi, if you personally don't eat meat, what do you eat that's not kosher?
Oh, if I personally don't eat meat, what do I eat that's not kosher? I am a pescatarian, not a vegetarian, so I do eat seafood. There you go. So yeah, I don't only eat fish that has fins and scales. I am willing to have seafood that doesn't qualify according to strictest dietary laws. I saw Holly first, and then yeah. So Holly said that one of the reasons that she said that dietary laws is God says eat this, don't eat that, because you should be different from other people. God does not say because in the Torah. God just says do it. Sometimes God says because I freed you from Egypt. But as far as your interpretation, I totally agree with you. It's to be different and distinguish ourselves from other cultures. I'll take it a step further. When you go on a date, usually you go for a meal. If you can't eat what other people eat, guess who you're going to go on a date with? Only your people. It's not only a way to distinguish us from other people, it is a way for us to keep our people as our people. The question got out of hand. All right, someone quick, ask a question that's not about food. Stan.
I'll give you another term, aquatarian. We have it described as pescatarian, aquatarian.
So pescatarian means specifically fish. So aquatarian, anything in the water.
Swims.
Anything that swims. My children swim.
Choose to, that's fine. We talked about the different kinds of foods for health reasons. The issue about Adam is very interesting. Never heard about that, so it sounds very healthy, obviously. But the exemption that I got, being in the military, you want to speak, address that? Because that's
So Stan is asking. Yeah, during wartime, Stan got, I'm assuming, a rabbinic exemption.
No, actually, it was the Catholic, there was no rabbi, sorry about that. Actually, a priest went over this, discussed this with me.
For want of a rabbi, a Catholic priest gave you a dispensation. For kashrut. Great. I would have done the same. Yeah. When if your choices are eat pig or starve, any Jew would come on the side of eat pig. That's what you do. If you have absolutely no choice, then you survive. You do what you can to survive. Some
If survival is higher, I mean, the commandment of you must servant life is higher than any other.
Holly read it today. Choose life and you will live. You're standing here with choices before you. Careful, that's her husband next to her. Yeah, choose life. Okay. Who's next? Mark, is that your hand?
Yeah. So to the point over here, as a child, I was always taught that the Torah is not a book of science, but there's a lot of science in it. And the point about some of the things that are deemed not kosher were at that time unhealthy to eat. But I want to go back to your catchphrase of I always remember the phrase God willing. You know, you say you're going to do something, God willing. Isn't that the out that you were just talking about? Or it's
Not making a vow.
pledge.
Yeah, so Mark is saying so I want to come back to the Torah has science in it because that one I disagree with. But I will say that when good religion and good science come up with the same answer, that's the truth. So I think that it's more that the religion in the Torah has come up with the same answer that some science has come up with. So it's a little bit of a tweak in what you said, but I think but one that's important to me. Okay, so the God willing, yes, is another. The question about God, I'm going to do this, God willing, is another way is kind of a nicer way to say bli neder, really, because like I'm going to do this with God's help versus I'm going to do this, but no promises. It's a nicer way to say it. You're right. Yes, is that Phyllis? All the lights behind. I have a heart. I'm calling on you.
My question is a little bit like the child at Passover that doesn't know how to ask a question. So I've always thought it was odd that we celebrate the New Year in a joyous way, followed by Yom Kippur, which is a serious day where you reflect on your behavior, etc. It always seemed to me that it should be in the opposite order. But I don't understand, is it determined by some chronologic events, or why do we celebrate and then think about, wait a minute, was I good this past year?
That is a great question. And sadly, the only answer I can give you is because we celebrate in the order it tells us to in the Torah. Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, those are in the Torah. It says you do this on Rosh Hashanah is on the 1st of Tishrei, and 10 days later is Yom Kippur.
Well, I understand that, but why?
We're going in circles. Yeah, it doesn't say because. It doesn't say because. Yeah, you're right. I could talk for the rest of our time and not give you a satisfying answer because I don't have one. It's a really good question, and that's the best thing about questions is we're always going to come to one that makes us go, oh, we should look at that. I would also say that for people who only come to synagogue twice a year, and I know that you're not one of those people, so I can answer your question with that phrase. But for people who only go to synagogue twice a year, it can be hard to handle, like, there was a joke about someone going to the rabbi and saying, "I can't go to synagogue anymore, Rabbi." "Oh, why can't you go to synagogue anymore?" "Well, because every time all we talk about are our sins and what we've done wrong." You know, well, yeah. I mean, 52 weeks a year we have Friday night services, and they're pretty awesome. And if you want to go slow, you want to try and start slowly with services. The fourth Fridays are my favorite because that's the band. So we've got the South Coast Simcha Band playing and Jenna singing, and it's amazing. And I think that if we were to make Judaism a more regular part of our week than as opposed to a regular part of our year, I think we would have a much easier time with the sudden, hey, it's New Year and you've been bad. But yeah, it's a really good point you make, Phyllis. But I can't give you any comfort yet. But I'll study.
Playing on that, not much is good about COVID, but I've got to tell you, being able to watch services every week, like that kicked up my Judaism a lot. We always need Shabbat at home, but we're not singers or chanters or Hebrew. So, it was limited to the lighting of the candles, that prayer, and the blessing of the cats, and we're good, with the ability to watch.
The Miao Shaberach?
Yes. With the ability to watch.
Beat you to it, Sam.
My family, when I was having my surgery, I couldn't come to services. So I got used to watching Central Synagogue in New York. I know. But, there's nothing like my family. When it started where it was just you and Natalie on the couch. Like, we never.
Oh, like that you mean? Okay, sorry. So I didn't immediately go to services when you said that. Well, the camera's not on yet, is it? Oh, it is. Hi, honey. Oh, yay! Cool. Okay, I'll deal.
So good to be able to have my family, and it really changed my relationship with God. The pandemic.
Yeah.
Like it really did. It really brought me closer to my family. Even though we were physically further apart, I'm spiritually more connected to you guys than ever. And I'm so glad we're live streaming because, that's a real game changer. I can go literally 52 weeks a year, even if I've worked and I'm running late,
Awesome.
So thank you.
Yeah, necessity is the mother of invention, and we did. I think we've made a couple steps that we've been trying to make for years that now we're forced to, and I mean, thank God we already wanted to, so it wasn't that difficult to say we're online. But yeah, we were definitely forced to do it. We have an online question, ladies and gentlemen. Mark from Ohio.
Well, it could have been from Ohio, Columbus, or Seattle, or Portland, but it's from Long Beach. The Gershwin Razos, Sarah says, we've heard that the Jewish people are the chosen people. What does that even mean?
Well,
Who aren't chosen?
we've heard that the Jewish people are the chosen people. What does that mean, and who isn't chosen? Thank you, Gershwin Razos, for that question online. Everybody wave to the Gershwin Razos. Yay! And everybody else who's online. Awesome. So glad that you're asking questions from your homes. Also, hello to Ohio and Washington and everywhere else who's watching us online. Hi, Mom. What the question? Okay, so with there's a quip about, like, in the temple period they wanted to destroy us for having the temple, and then the Crusaders wanted to destroy us because we're different, and all of these, the Inquisition and the Holocaust and the anti-Semitism today, and like, couldn't you choose someone else once in a while? But there was a reading last night that, I've read it before reciting, but it really kind of grabbed my mind last night, where about what chosenness means, and chosenness means responsibility, according to this reading that was in the Kol Nidre service. The idea that, I mean, really anyone can say God chose us. I mean, how many times is some crazy person standing on an apple crate preaching to New Yorkers about how they're the Messiah? And so I guess if one person is doing it, they're crazy. But if millions are doing it, we're chosen. And there's something more than just being blessed by God. I really do believe every human being is blessed by God and has the potential to tap into a chosenness. So who isn't chosen? Nobody isn't chosen. Everyone is chosen. And there are branches of Judaism that reject the notion of chosenness because it does mean, or at least it does imply, better. And I would say it doesn't imply that we are better, but it implies that we need to behave better. We need to act as if we are being an example wherever we go. Whenever I officiate a wedding, I talk about the openness of the chuppah and how that's the symbol of a Jewish home. The symbol of a Jewish home has no walls. It's on display all the time. And it is taking in that which it would have in its home, and it is showing everyone what a home should look like. That's a Jewish home. So if that's how we view our homes, that's how we should also view our community, and we should choose ourselves to be responsible exemplars of moral living. We've discussed this in Torah study, says Stan. You should also follow Stan's example and come to Torah study at 9:15 on Saturday mornings, rdyzoom.com.
It goes Shabbos services online.
Mhm.
Be more than a dozen of us doing Torah study.
Absolutely, it would be very nice. It would be very nice to have a full Torah study crowd. We go for Torah study. We've been reading the Torah from. It started with Rabbi Kaiserman reading at Genesis 1:1 and just going through the entire Torah. I took over somewhere around Genesis 12 when I got here, and we just kept doing what he had decided. Several years later, we got to the end of Deuteronomy, and I said, "What do you want to do? Go back or go forward?" And they said, "Go forward." And yeah, Book of Mormon. Yeah, you can do that next door. The thing that we do, the program every Saturday morning, is to go through the Torah. We just read until someone has a question. Usually we get to the end of a chapter and I'll stop and say, okay, let me review. Does anybody have any questions? But people will also interrupt, and that's part of the process. That's what we do. So we're in Jeremiah right now, and it's super fun because we're reading carefully parts of the Torah, parts of the Bible that most people don't read through carefully. Most people, when they read Jeremiah, they look only at like certain sections, or they'll watch the movie on Amazon Prime. It exists. There's a movie. It's got Patrick Dempsey in it, and that's how they study Jeremiah. So it's nice to be able to like really talk about it, and it's easy. If you want to just sit there and listen, you can sit there and listen. If you want to ask questions, you can ask questions. It's on Zoom. It's my initials, RDY, zoom.com. So easy. See you on Saturday mornings, 9:15. Tammy. Does what you so your question is, does what you said made sense? Yes. Next question. Yeah, I can't see who you are, but talk loud. Put your mask on, please. Put your mask on, please. Yes, absolutely. Please wave at me if I'm getting your question wrong. Here's what I heard. How many Yisker candles should I be lighting? Because I have a number of relatives that I've always been remembering, and now I'm adding more. So that was the question, right? And then my own, I'm writing my own assumptions into the question. It's becoming a lot of candles, too many candles in your house. So here's the deal. If we were, can someone shut the door? Thank you so much. If we were to light a candle for everyone we're sad about, everyone we miss, it would be a fire hazard. I mean, certainly for me, because working for 2 synagogues, I count how many weddings I do. There's no way I could count how many funerals I've done. And probably half of the funerals I've done are people who really mean something to me. And it's not that people don't mean anything to me, but the other half, I'm either like hired to come in and do the funeral, or I just didn't know them. But I mean, I think about Bernie Kessler all the time. He was such a mensch, such a great guy, so giving, and I miss him. And I light a candle for him in my heart, even though I don't light a physical candle for him. The rule in Jewish law is that you observe mourning practices for relatives one step away. That's spouses, parents, siblings, and God forbid, children. The reason they made those laws is because if everyone was doing all of the mourning practices, when an elder of the community dies, and all of their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, cousins, friends, nephews, nieces, etc., if they were all doing the mourning practices for that person, the shtetl would have shut down. So they had to impose limits. Today, Fountain Valley is going to be okay if we decide that we're going to observe the mourning practices for our grandparents, if we decide we're going to observe mourning for our cousins and nieces and nephews. And if we decide that we are really sad for them and we want to light a candle for them, for me, I would say, if you have enough feeling for the person that you want to light a Yisker candle for that person, light a Yisker candle for that person, as long as it doesn't become a fire hazard. If you want to, so for me, I used to light them for all my grandparents, and then my father died. So now I light one for my father. And then I think about my grandparents, the 3 that I knew. And I think about people in my life who I've lost, who I miss, but maybe two, but I and then I take when we have two clergy, the adults in our household are clergy, so everyone is gone on any day when there's an open flame in our house. So I light one candle. I'm also kind of pyrophobic and pyromaniac all at the same time. I take the candle and I put it on a coaster, and then I put that on another coaster, and I put it in the middle of a table that's not near anything, and then I'm okay walking away from it. Would it probably be fine on my kitchen counter? Sure, but just to be careful. I've been around too many fires in my life, so for me, one candle's enough. My mother, may she live to 120. When I start saying Yiska for my mother, I will probably add a second candle. But that's just me. That's the beauty of being a Reformed Jew, is we can imbue anything we do with the meaning that we feel comfortable with. Okay, last question, but before I call on Mira, I want to see if anyone who's just been a little shy and has not had the opportunity to ask a question. If you have not yet asked a question and there's something you're saying, oh, I wish I would have asked this, I want to give you that opportunity. Mira.
Just a quick follow-up. In terms of who you light a candle for instance, we have a relative, there's nobody else to say this.
So Mira said, what about the people who have no one to say Kaddish for them? Do you light a candle for them? If you want to, yes, absolutely. That's part of the practice in the Reform movement of everyone standing for Kaddish. It used to be you only stand if you are in mourning, if you are currently commemorating a yahrzeit or a shloshim or something like that. But in the Reform movement, it became common practice to have everyone stand because of the Holocaust. Because there are families that were totally wiped out. And because families were totally wiped out, there's no one to stand for them. So we stand for all of the families who need someone to say Kaddish for them. It's a beautiful practice. I really happen to like what we do at CBT, where if you hear the name of your person, you stand, and then everyone stands together to say, we're all sad, we're all supportive, we're all standing for those who have no one to stand for them. I happen to love that practice. Thank you all for asking your questions, and I hope that if I have not answered your questions, at least you're confused at a higher level. We're going to start in about 2 minutes. It might be, I think the sheet is outside. Let's go check.
We are live. Yeah, there's two of them. There are 3 different rundowns here. You have afternoon, Yisker, and Nagila.
Do you want yours now?
I'll just keep them to the side. As needed, I will be thankful. Just like to be prepared.
I don't have time.
During Haftarah.
Yeah.
And we'll just kind of make sure that is reasonable. All right.
All right.
Welcome back. We are going to continue on page 328 of our Machzorim. 328. When the ark set out in the wilderness, Moses would say, "Go forward, Adonai. May your enemies be scattered. May your enemies flee before you." Please rise.
Adonai
Thank you. For our Torah reading this morning, we will be reading from Leviticus chapter 19, which you can find on starting on page 338 in your Machzor. Leviticus 19, this is the holiness code. All kinds of instructions, and it's not the whole thing, but it's, stuff we need to know because it's Yom Kippur. For our first aliyah, we invite Sam Backer. Ya'amod Shmuel ben David Rubonia Leba Aliyah la Torah. Oh yeah. So glad you're here. Since when is Torah at the beginning? Since we started using this Machzor. He asked a good question, and since we just finished the question section, Richard said, since when is Torah at the beginning? And the answer is, since we started using this Machzor. So only for the last 2 years, 3 years? 3 years, thank you. Only for the last 3 years at CBT have we been starting with the Torah service at the beginning of the afternoon service. A part of the reason they switched it is because Torah is kind of a big deal. So we wanted to start, the editors of the Machzor decided, let's start with Torah first. Let's get the holiness code out there. Let's get Jonah. Let's hear all of the stuff that we're really excited about and get people to shul on time.
No consideration for latecomers.
No consideration for people reading Torah in the first aliyah. None at all.
Baruch hu et Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Le'olam Ba'ed. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech Olam. Asher bachar banu mikol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Ata Adonai Notein HaTorah.
Amen.
Oh, no, that's, you can. Amen. Vaydaber Adonai el Moshe lemor. Daber el kol adat b'nei Yisrael ve'amarta alechem kedoshim tihu ki kadosh. Ani Adonai Elohechem. Ish imo v'avin tira'u ve'et shabtotai tishmoru. Ani Adonai Elohechem. Al tifnu el ha'elilim velohe masecha lo ta'asu lachem. Ani Adonai Elohechem.
Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech Olam Asher Natan Lanu Torah Emet V'Chayei Olam Nata B'Tochenu Baruch Ata Adonai Notein HaTorah.
Amen.
And Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to all the community of Israel, and say to them, You shall be holy, for I, Adonai, your God, am holy. Revere each of you, your mother and your father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am Adonai, your God. You shall not turn to idols, and you shall not fashion for yourselves molten gods. I, Adonai, am your God.
During the question and answer section, someone said, why do we do all these things? And you'll notice in this section, there is no because, except because I'm your God. Every once in a while we get because I let you out of Egypt, but there's no because it's the right thing to do. So hearing this section kind of brought that into my mind. For our second aliyah this afternoon, we invite Albert Davidson. Ya'amod Osher Zelig ben Avraham Lale ala Torah. Do we go now? You do, yeah, what he said.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher bacharbanu mikol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. V'chi tizbachu zeva shlamim l'Adonai. L'chnochem tizbachuchu bayom zevachim ye'achol. Umimacharat v'hi v'hanotar ad yom hashlishi ba'esh yisreif. V'im he'achol ye'achel bayom hashishli pigul hu lo yiratzeh ve'achalav ovono yisa ki et kodesh Adonai chelel v'nicharta hanefesh hahi meya meya.
And when you make a sacrifice of well-being to Adonai, you shall offer it so that it will be acceptable for you. It shall be eaten on the day of your sacrifice and on the next day, but what remains until the third day shall be burned in fire. And if, nevertheless, it is eaten on the third day, it will be a foul thing, unacceptable. And one who eats it shall bear guilt for profaning the holiness of Adonai, and that person will be cut off from the people.
Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam natov v'tachenu. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Usually on, wait, am I doing the right one? Yeah. Usually on Yom Kippur afternoon, we invite up to the Bima for an Aliyah anyone who has ever become bat or bar mitzvah here on this Bima. That would be a crowd, and that would be bad. So Shelley, since she has become bat mitzvah on this Bima, I just decided this morning that she's doing this on your behalf as well as on her own. Ta'amod, Seina Rachel bat Chana v'chaim lale ala Torah. Okay, yeah, geography.
Yep. Baruch et Adonai Hamborach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher bacharbanu mikol ha'amim. V'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
ובקוצריכם את קציר ארצכם לא תכלה פאת שדך לקצור ולקט קצירך לא תלקט וכרמך לא תעולל ופרד כרמך לא תלקט, לעני ולגר תעזוב אותם. אני אדוני אלוהיכם. לא תגנובו ולא תכחשו ולא תשקרו איש בעמיתו, ולא תשבעו בשמי לשקר, וחיללת את שם אלוהיך, אני אדוני. לא תעשוק את רעך ולא תגזול, לא תלין פעולת שכיר איתך עד בוקר.
רשימה עמוקה.
And when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not finish by reaping the corners of your field, and you shall not gather the gleanings of your harvest, and you shall not pick your vineyard bare, and you shall not gather the fallen fruits of your vineyard. Leave them for the poor and for the stranger. I am Adonai your God. You shall not steal, you shall not deceive, you should not lie to one another or swear falsely in my name, profaning my name, your God. I am Adonai. You shall not exploit your neighbor, you shall not rob, you shall not work, you should not keep a worker's wage with you overnight until the morning.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. So Miss Adi is one of our Hebrew teachers, if you couldn't tell, and she's got a 2-year-old that she's running after, and a teenager who we don't need to talk about, and hi Maya, I love you, and all of this and chanting Torah like that, so she gets a kol hakavod from all of us.
Thank you.
For our fourth aliyah, we invite Mark Goldhammer, Ya'amod, Moshe Ben Tzvi, Lalei ala Torah.
Baruch Adonai Hamvara.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher
Bachar Banu.
Mikol Hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Mark, will you hold on to it?
Yes.
Amen. Lo tikalel cheresh v'lifnei ver lo titen mikshor ve'areta me'elohecha ani Adonai. Lo ta'asu ava v'mishpat lo tisaf v'nei dal v'lo where am I there? Tadar pnei gadol betzedek tishpot amitecha lo telech rachil ve'amecha lo ta'amod al dam re'echa ani Adonai lo tasu ava
Lo tisnet et achicha.
לא תשנא את אחיך בלבבך, הוכח תוכיח את עמיתך, ולא תשנא את עליו חטא. לא תיקום ולא תיטור את בני עמך, ואהבת לרעך כמוך, אני אדוני. Fix it. It was supposed to be Fran, I thought.
Okay. You shall not do injustice in judgment. You shall not favor one who is weak, and you shall not defer to one who is powerful. You shall judge your kin with justice. You shall not spread slander among your people. You shall not stand idly by the blood of your neighbor. I am Adonai. You shall not hate your kin in your heart. Reprove your friend. Thus you will not bear guilt because of a friend. You shall not seek vengeance or bear a grudge against members of your people, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am Adonai.
Baruch Adonai. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'hayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Words to Mishaberach can be found on page 273. You might want to keep a finger here. If you have the name of someone for whom you would like us to take into our prayers, we encourage you to say their name aloud right now. Those whose names we say aloud and all those whose names remain on our hearts be blessed with a complete healing as we say together.
Amen.
For our fifth aliyah, wow, it's not like me to forget a fifth. For our fifth aliyah, we invite Russell Marcus, who's going to whisper his Hebrew name to me. Yamor Ruvain Avigdor ben Yosef Lale ala Torah.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai. Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
right there. מפני שיבה תקום והדרת פני זקן ויראת מאלוהיך אני אדוני. וכי יגור איתך גר בארצכם לא לא תונו אותו כאזרח מכם יהיה לכם הגר הגר איתכם ואהבת לו כמוך כי גרים הייתם בארץ מצרים אני אדוני אלוהיכם לא תעשו עוול במשפט במידה ובמשכל ובמסורת מאוזני צדק אבני צדק אפת צדק וכין צדק יהיה לכם אני אדוני אלוהיכם אשר הוצאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים ושמרתם את כל חוקותיי ואת כל משפטיי ועשיתם איתם אותם אני אדוני.
Oh, translate. Yeah.
Rise before the one whose head is white with age, and regard an elder with respect, and revere God. I am Adonai. And when strangers dwell with you in your land, you shall not wrong them. The stranger who dwells with you shall be like a citizen among you, and you shall love that person as yourself. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am Adonai your God. You shall not act unjustly in judgment, in the measurement of weight, and in liquid measure. You shall have honest scales, honest weights, an honest ephah, and an honest hin. I am Adonai your God, who brought you forth from the land of Egypt, and you shall keep all my laws and all my judgments, and do them. I am Adonai.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'hayei olam natah b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. And now because of that, you can tell your brother you've been on TV too. Woo. We are going to have our board members again serve as Magbia and Galila for having the honor of holding and dressing the Torah. You can turn to page 340 for Vizot HaTorah, and as the Torah is lifted, we rise. Why did you want to do the other one?
This one's lighter.
Haftarah, which is being led by Mike Kibble, can be found beginning on page 344.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar b'nviim tovim v'rasa v'divreihem hanemarim b'emet. Baruch atah Adonai habocher b'Torah u'v'Moshe avdo v'Yisrael amo u'v'nviei ha'emet v'tzedek. V'yehi davar Adonai el Yonah ben Amitai lemor. Kum lech el Nineveh ha'ir hagadolah v'yikra aleha ki alta v'ra'atam lefanai. And the word of Adonai came to Jonah, son of Amittai. Get up, go to the great city of Nineveh, and proclaim against it, for their evil deeds have risen up before me. But Jonah got up to flee to Tarshish, away from the presence of Adonai. And he went down to Jaffa, and found there a ship heading for Tarshish, and he paid its fare and went down into it to head with them to Tarshish, away from the presence of Adonai. But Adonai hurled a great wind upon the sea, a storm at sea so great that a ship was in danger of being shattered to pieces. And the sailors were frightened, cried out, each to his own god, and flung the ship's cargo into the sea to lighten their load. But Jonah had gone down into the hold, the lower deck of the vessel, and he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. And the captain approached him and said to him, "What are you doing sound asleep? Get up, call to your God. Perhaps the God will be kind to us and we will not perish." And they said, each man to his companion, "Let us cast lots, that we might know on whose account this evil event has come to us." So they cast lots, and the lot fell on Jonah. And they said to him, "Tell us, what have you brought? Tell us, you who have brought this evil upon us, what is your trade, and where have you come from? What is your country, and who are your people?" And said to them, "I am Hebrew. I revere Adonai, God of heaven, who made sea and dry land." The men felt great fear, and they asked him, "What have you done?" Because the men knew he was fleeing from Adonai, for he had told them. And they asked him, "What shall we do to you to bring calm to the sea around us?" For the sea was growing more and more stormy. So he said to them, "Lift me up and hurl me into the sea, and the sea will come down for you, for I know that this great storm came upon you because of me." And the crew rowed hard to return to dry land, but they could not do it, for the sea was raging more and more fiercely around them. And they called out to Adonai, saying, "Please, Adonai, please do not let us perish because of the life of this man, and do not hold us guilty for shedding innocent blood, for you, Adonai, that which you desired you have brought about." And they lifted Jonah and hurled him to the sea, and the sea stopped raging. The men revered Adonai, great was their reverence, so they offered to Adonai a sacrifice and made vows. And Adonai provided a great fish to swallow Jonah, and Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. Jonah prayed to Adonai his God from the belly of the fish, and he said, "I called to Adonai in my distress, and God answered me. I called out from the belly of the netherworld, and you heard my voice. Into the depths you cast me, into the heart of the sea, and the floods engulfed me. All your billowing, breaking waves swept over me. And I thought to myself, I was banished from before your eyes. Will I ever again gaze upon your holy temple? The waters closed in over me, the deep engulfed me, rushes wrapped around my head. I descended to the low point of the mountains, the gates of the earth closed upon me forever. Yet you, Adonai my God, raised up my life from the pit. When my life fainted away, I called Adonai to mind, and my prayer came to you, to your holy temple. They who cling to empty folly forsake their own welfare. But I, with a shout of thanksgiving, I will sacrifice to you what I have vowed I will fulfill, rescue comes from Adonai. Adonai commanded the fish to spew Jonah out upon dry land. And the word of Adonai came to Jonah a second time. Get up, go to the great city of Nineveh, and call out to the proclamation that I tell you. So Jonah got up and went to Nineveh according to the word of Adonai. Now Nineveh was a great city of God, 3 days' journey across.
And Jonah started out and made his way into the city the distance of a one-day walk, and called out and said, 40 more days, and Nineveh shall be overturned. The people of Nineveh trusted in God. They proclaimed a fast, and they put on sackcloth from the richest to the poorest. And word reached the king of Nineveh, and he got up from his throne, took off his robe, put on sackcloth, and sat in ashes. And he cried out and said in Nineveh, by decree of the king and his nobles, no person or beast, a flock or herd, shall taste anything. They shall not graze, they shall not drink water. They shall be covered with sackcloth, person and beast shall call loudly to God. Let all turn back from their evil ways, the violence which is in their hands. Who knows? God may turn and relent, turn back from the heat of anger so that we do not perish. God saw what they did, how they were turning back from their evil ways, and God relented from the evil planned for them and did not carry it out. But to Jonah this was a great evil, and it made him angry. So he prayed to Adonai, saying, Please, Adonai, is this not what I said when I was still in my own country? This is why I fled to Tarshish to begin with. For I knew that you are a gracious and compassionate God, endlessly patient and abounding in steadfast love, ready to repent of evil. And now, Adonai, please take my life from me, for it is better for me to die than to live. And Adonai said, Is it good for you to be angry? But Jonah left the city, found a place east of the city, made himself a shelter there, sat under it in the shade until he might see what would become of the city. And Adonai Elohim provided a gourd and made it rise over Jonah to give shade for his head and rescue him from his evil situation. And Jonah rejoiced with great joy because of the gourd. But at dawn the next day, God provided a worm that attacked the gourd, and it withered. And the sun rose, and God provided an oppressive wind from the east, and the sun beat down on Jonah's head, making him faint. He begged for death, saying, It is better for me to die than to live. Then God said to Jonah, Are you good and angry about the gourd? And he said, I am good and angry to the point of death. Then Adonai said, You pity the gourd which you neither worked for nor grew, which appeared overnight and perished overnight. Should I, then, not have compassion for the great city of Nineveh, a place of more than 120,000 human beings, unable to tell the right hand from the left, and many beasts? V'ani lo achom el Nineveh, ha'ir hagadola asher yesh bo harbe mishtei esrei ribo adam asher lo yada ben yamino l'shmolo u'behema rabbah. Before I finish, in the tradition of Bernie Kessler of blessed memory, I'd like to say a few words about Jonah. I'm probably not as erudite as he is, but I also will not be as long. Jonah is one of the most famous books of the Bible, not just for the story of Jonah itself, but because when someone wants to attack the Torah and its teachings, Jonah is one of the first places they attack. Even in popular culture, Jonah is an attack vehicle. In Porgy and Bess, a nice Jewish boy named Ira Gershwin had the character Sport and Life sing, It ain't necessarily so, when talking about Jonah. In Inherit the Wind, Henry Drummond has Matthew Brady swear that he, Brady, believes in the literal description of Jonah being swallowed by a large fish so that Drummond can attack the rest of Brady's testimony. To those that attack the truth of the Torah by asking how you can believe in the Torah and the Bible that contains stories like Jonah, I say you're asking the wrong question. But before I tell you what the right question is, I need to ask all of you 3 questions. Audience participation, please raise your hands. First, how many of you have heard of or read Aesop's fables? This tortoise and the hare, fox and the goat, etc. So good, a great many of you. Second, how many of you actually believe these stories happened? 1, 2, okay, not too many. Third, how many of you believe in the moral teaching of the stories, even though the stories never actually happened? Again, just about everybody. So the real question is, how can you believe in the moral teachings of Aesop's fables without demanding that the stories actually happened, but not accept the morals and the teachings of the Torah? because there are lots of Torah, morals and teachings in the Torah. In fact, one of the most important ones happens at the very beginning, is emphasized at the end, and the counterpoint is in the middle. In the third sentence of Jonah, Jonah flees Tarshish, away from the presence of the Lord. But who is Jonah really running away from? God is everywhere. And he knows he cannot really run away from God. So what is Jonah running from? I would posit that he's running from himself. In Rabbi Young's words of Rosh Hashanah night, he's running away from his own Mitzrayim, his own spiteful self that he's trying to escape. Yet, as we see at the end of Nineveh, where he is more upset about the shade gourd dying than he is about the fate of Nineveh, he hasn't changed. He's seen all these miracles. He has not changed. He still has not faced and conquered his own Mitzrayim. He did not change because he did not want to change or did not try to change. However, we learn from the counterpoint in the middle of Nineveh that the people of Nineveh did change. They did face their own Mitzrayim. Without leaving the city, they repented and they changed themselves. So the lesson from this is you cannot run away from yourself. To change, you must want to change, and then change must come from within yourself. Now if I can turn the page. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, tzur kol haolamim, tzadik b'chol hadorot, ha'el ha'ne'eman ha'omer v'oseh, ha'medaber ha'mekayim, shekol devarav ha'emet v'tzedek. Al ha'torah v'al ha'avodah, al ha'anaviyim, v'al yom ha'kippurim hazeh, shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu, limchila v'lislicha l'chatorah, l'chavod l'tiforet. Al hakol Adonai Eloheinu, anachnu modim lach mevarchim otach, yitbarach shemcha b'fi kol chai tamid v'olam va'ed. Udvarcha emet v'kayem la'ad. Baruch atah Adonai melech mechel v'salech la'avonotenu la'avonot amo beit Yisrael v'ma'avir ashmotenu v'chol shana v'shana. Melech al kol ha'oretz mekadesh Yisrael v'yom hazikah. The Yom Kippurim.
Before we put the Torah away, I can't resist. Mike brought up Porgy and Bess. And the critique of the song, it ain't necessarily so, the critique of biblical stories. And actually the song is, at the same time it is critiquing them, the song is also blessing them. Can anyone sing It Ain't Necessarily So, just that line? It ain't necessarily so, Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamborach. He does it on purpose. He's blessing it at the same time as he's critiquing it, which is exactly to Mike's point. So,
Thank you, Faith.
thank you so much. We continue on page 352 as we prepare to return the Torah to the Ark. Yahalalu et Shem Adonai ki nizgav shemo levado. All praise God's name, for God's name alone is truly sublime. Please rise.
Hallelujah.
We remain standing and turn to page 356 for the Amidah. If you see only blue, turn the page again. The way this is laid out, we're going to be skipping some of the pages. So 356.
Yeah.
page 383. As I wish to be forgiven for what I've done wrong, viewed with leniency and understanding, my good intentions acknowledged even when I fall short, so I commit myself to follow the model of the Holy One, giving others the benefit of the doubt, perceiving their virtues as keenly as I see their flaws, offering them the chance to begin anew, relinquishing the need to punish.
Eloheinu, Elohei Avotenu ve'imotenu, Ya'ale ve'yavo, ve'yagia ve'ra ve'ratzeh, ve'shama ve'yibaked ve'zacher, Zikronenu fiktonenu, ve'zichron avotenu ve'imotenu, ve'zichron Yerushalayim yirkodshecha, וזיכרון כל עמך בית ישראל לפניך לפניתה לטובה לכן ולחסד ולרחמים לחיים ולשלום ביום הכיפורים הזה זוכרנו אדוני אלוהינו בו לטובה
Amen.
ופקדנו בו לברכה
Amen.
והושיענו בו לחיים.
Amen. Eternal our God, remember us,
Amen.
be mindful of us,
Amen.
and redeem us for a life of goodness and blessing.
Amen.
Favor us with words of deliverance and mercy. Show us the depth of your care. God, we await your redemption, for you reign with grace and compassion. Continue together on 388 in English. Our God and God of our forebears, pardon our failings on this day of atonement. Erase our misdeeds, see beyond our defiance. For Isaiah said in your name, it is I alone, who wipe away your defiant acts. This is my essence. I shall pay no heed to your errors. And the prophet said, as a cloud fades away, as mist dissolves into air, so your wrongs and mistakes shall be gone. I will wipe them away. Come back to me that I may redeem you. And you said to Moses, for on this day atonement shall be made for you, to purify you from all your wrongs, and pure you shall be in the presence of Adonai. Page 398. Baruch atah Adonai hatov shimcha ulecha na'el hodot. Blessed are you, Adonai, whose goodness deserves thanks and praise. Page 406, Sim Shalom. We take a moment for our own personal prayers.
Be
continue with Vidui on page 416, page 416, and two things before we get to the actual liturgy. First, I'm noticing that maybe this would be a good time to double check that you haven't turned on your phone in between morning and afternoon service. Just give it a double check and make sure that it's on silent so that you don't have anything else to apologize for. Second, one thing that I noticed Jenna doing last night that I decided to practice myself this morning was during Ashamnu, after I spoke about not beating ourselves but driving it into our hearts, Jenna was using an open hand for Ashamnu. And I went, oh, that's a good idea. And I tried it this morning, and I'm still okay. So, but the idea being, you know, it's not a punishment, it's a bringing it into our heart. And I think Jenna's gesture of an open hand definitely seems more like bringing these words into our heart. So if you want to try it, it's something to try. Our God and God of all generations, may our prayers reach your presence. And when we turn to you, do not be indifferent. Adonai, we are arrogant and stubborn, claiming to be blameless and free of sin. In truth, we have stumbled and strayed. We have done wrong. Please rise. I notice when we do the English that y'all like to go fast. I don't know if that's guilt expressing itself. But let's take these in. Of these things we are guilty. We betray, we steal, we scorn, we act perversely. We are cruel, we scheme, we are violent, we slander, we devise evil, we lie, we ridicule, we disobey, we abuse, we defy, we corrupt, we commit crimes, we are hostile, We are stubborn. We are immoral. We kill. We spoil. We go astray. We lead others astray. You may be seated. Al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'zadonu v'ishgaga ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'shuvuat shav.
The ways we have wronged you deliberately and by mistake, and harm we have caused in your world through insincere promises.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'flilut ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'kalot rosh.
The ways we have wronged you by judging others unfairly, and harm we have caused in your world by making light of serious matters.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'yetzer hara ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha be'einayim ramot.
The ways we have wronged you by giving in to our hostile impulses, and harm we have caused in your world through condescension.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha behirhur halev ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'dibur peh.
The ways we have wronged you through our innermost thoughts, and harm we have caused in your world through the words of our mouths.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha bechachash uvechazav ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha behona'at rea.
The ways we have wronged you through lies and deceit, and harm we have caused in your world by mistreating a friend or neighbor.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha besinat chinam ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha bevidui peh.
The ways we have wronged you by hating without cause, and harm we have caused in your world through hypocrisy.
Ve'al kulam elohas lichot, salach lanu, mechal lanu, kaper lanu.
For all these failures of judgment and will, God of forgiveness, forgive us, pardon us, lead us to atonement.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha begalui uvasater, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha bivli da'at.
The ways we have wronged you openly and secretly, and harm we have caused in your world through our thoughtlessness.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha bechilul Hashem, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha betuma'at tzvatayim. Ways we have wronged you by profaning your name in public, the harm we have caused in your world through offensive speech. Al chet shechatanu lefanecha birchilut, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha bezilzul horim umorim.
The ways we have wronged you through gossip and rumor, and harm we have caused in your world through disrespect to parents and teachers.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha betzarut ayin, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'masa uv'matan.
The ways we have wronged you through narrow-mindedness, and harm we have caused in your world through dishonesty in business.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha begilui arayot, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'ma'achal uv'mishteh.
The ways we have wronged you through sexual immorality, and harm we have caused in your world through consumption of food and drink.
Al chet shechatanu lefanecha bitzumet yad, ve'al chet shechatanu lefanecha b'ritzat raglaim lehara.
The ways we have wronged you by betraying trust, and harm we have caused in your world through impulsive acts of malice.
Ve'al kulam elohas lichot, salach lanu, mechal lanu, kaper lanu.
For all these failures of judgment and will, God of forgiveness, forgive us, pardon us, lead us to atonement.
Elohim
page 426. Please rise. We read antiphonally, Avinu Malkeinu, as Joseph wept and opened a forgiving heart to his brothers, let our hearts be open to those who ask our forgiveness.
Avinu Malkeinu, as the high priest entered the innermost shrine to atone, let our acts of teshuvah touch our innermost life.
Avinu Malkeinu, as Jonah cried out to God, I thought I was driven away. Let us reach for the divine from the depths of our being.
Avinu Malkeinu, as you said to Moses in Israel, you shall be holy, for I am holy. Let us affirm today, we shall pursue holiness in our everyday lives, revering mother and father, providing for the poor, rising before the aged, loving neighbor and stranger as ourselves.
Avinu Malkeinu, hear our voice. Avinu Malkeinu, chatanu lefanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, almighty and merciful, we have strayed and sinned before you.
Avinu Malkeinu, ein lanu melech ele ata.
Avinu Malkeinu, you alone are our sovereign.
Avinu Malkeinu, aseh imanu lema'an shemecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, act toward us as befits your name.
Avinu Malkeinu, chadesh aleinu shana tova.
Avinu Malkeinu, renew for us a year of goodness.
Avinu Malkeinu, zechor ki afar anachnu.
Avinu Malkeinu, remember, we are but dust of the earth.
Avinu Malkeinu, teheh hasha'ah hazot, sha'at rachamim ve'et ratzon milfanecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, let this hour in your presence be a time of compassion and acceptance.
Avinu Malkeinu, chamol aleinu ve'al olaleinu v'tapenu.
Avinu Malkeinu, have compassion on us and on our families.
Avinu Malkeinu, aseh lema'an tvuchim al yechudecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, act for the sake of those slain for their devotion to you.
Avinu Malkeinu, aseh lema'an harugim al shem kodshecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, act for the sake of those killed because they were Jews.
Avinu Malkeinu, aseh lema'an be'eh va'esh uvamayim al kiddush mecha.
Avinu Malkeinu, act for the sake of those who suffered fire and water to sanctify your name.
Avinu Malkeinu, chonenu va'anenu, ki ein banu ma'asim, aseh imanu tzedakah v'chesed v'hoshienu.
Avinu Malkeinu, almighty and merciful, answer us with grace, for our deeds are wanting. Save us through acts of justice and love. Avinu Malkeinu, Hanenu Hanenu. Avinu Malkeinu, Hanenu Hanenu, Ki ein banu ma'asim.
Give yourself to the dream, the lion and the lamb, the vine and the fig tree. Build it from the stones of the earth, like the slow accretion of coral reef and the mountains that rise by inches. Knowledge of the good shall fill up the earth as the sea overflows with water. Lift up your eyes and look to the stars. None shall hurt and none shall destroy, and great shall be the peace of your children.
Alleluia.
continue with Kaddish D'Rabbanan, the full Kaddish on page 438. Watch the words. Yikadal v'yikadash shemei Rabbah, be'alma di v'rach irutei v'yamlich malchutei, b'chayechon uvyomechon uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael, ba'agala uv'izman kariv v'imru.
Amen.
Yehei shmei Rabbah mevarach le'olam ul'olmei almaya, yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh, Yit Hadar, V'yit Alev, Yit Halal, Shemed Kudasha, Le'ela u'le'ela, Mikol Birchata v'shirata, Tush B'chata v'nechemata, Da'amiran be'alma v'imru.
Amen.
Al Yisrael, Ve'al Rabbanan, Ve'al Kol Talmidehon, Ve'al Kol Talmidehon, Di Ve'atra Haden, V'di v'chol atar ve'atar, Yehei lahon u'lachon shlama rabba, China v'chizda v'rachamin, V'chayin arichin, Mizonei revitchei u'forkana, Mikadam avuhon, Div mashaya v'ara v'imru.
Amen.
Yehei shlama rabba min shmaya, V'chayim tovim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru.
Amen.
Oseh shalom b'mromav, hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol yoshvei tevel v'imru. May the one who makes peace in the high heavens make peace for us, for all Israel, and for all the world, to which we say, we are going to pause for approximately 30 minutes as we prepare for Yizkor. If you want to read through some of the blessings from pages 444 to 539, there are some wonderful meditative readings if you choose to use them. Good evening. My name is Rabbi Young, and I start on time. This is a good moment to double check that your cell phones are silent, and if you have any alarms set, those alarms are off because your alarm doesn't care if your phone is on silent. And just again, for the chatting section in the back, if you, that's the designated chatting section, just so y'all know. If you, take it easy, Jay. This is the moment to double check that your phones are in silent mode once again, because sometimes when we go from moment to moment, from service to service, to break, back to service, we forget. And this way, Marty Heimlich is assigned to pointing and laughing at you if your phone rings, so. Can you have it next year? It has been said that in addition to the 5 senses, the Jewish people are blessed with a strong 6th sense. This is the sense of memory. Most people don't consider memory a sense because the 5 senses are sufficient to transmit information from the world to us physically. Many would say that memory is purely mental and therefore cannot be considered a sense. However, how many of us have laughed remembering something from our past? Who has felt it in our heart when we remember a loved one? How often do our own memories bring out real physical tears? Memory is such a strong sense that we have an entire service dedicated to it today. Yom Kippur, the holiest of days. It is our Yizkor service, which we are now gathered to begin. The word Yizkor means remember, but it's in future tense. God will remember. It's a reminder that we are not the only ones with a strong sense of memory. Throughout the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, we hear how God remembers our ancestors of old, from Abraham to Moses and beyond. God will remember when we seek God out. So too will God always remember our loved ones with us. Remembering helps God reach back when we reach out, offer us comfort, strength, and appreciation, knowing that their love was a blessing. Yom Kippur, with all of its symbols of our own mortality, culminate in this Yizkor service. We're drawing close to the end of Yom Kippur, and we are reminded that God will always remember us in death and in life. Soon we will return to the world of the living, and we ask for the strength to live it better. As we remember those who blessed our lives with their presence, so too will we remember to live our lives as a blessing to those around us. As we remember them, God will always remember them. Yizkor, God will remember them. Yizkor also reminds us to live in such a way that our loved ones who are with us now will remember us with love the way we remember those who are no longer in our lives. We will live to the best of our ability and remember. God in turn will remember us. May our memories help our loved ones be written and sealed in the book of life. Our Yizkor service continues on page 540. 540.
Reach, shall sand and the sea, the rush of the waters, the crash of the heavens, the prayer of the heart, the sand and the sea, the rush of the waters, the crash of the heavens, the prayer of
Ever since the publishing of our new Machzor, which you all in this room are holding in your hand, we have been using the format of Yizkor with 7 lights. 7 in Jewish tradition is a symbol of wholeness and holiness. The world was completed after 7 days of creation. 6 days of work and a day of rest is completion. Similarly, we have 7 memorial candles here, and we have 7 people, 7 of our congregants who we are remembering with their families, lighting candles in their memory. They will be lit one at a time by the families in memory of each of their loved ones. We continue on page 548 to introduce our candle lighting ceremony. At birth, a miracle. You light the spark in every human soul. Emerging into light, we breathe it in, the neshama, your sacred gift of life. And every day, every breath comes to us as a miracle. The light within us, unique and precious, is with us always while we live. When breath has ceased and life has gone, the neshama returns to you. The spark that lived inside the ones we love, unique and precious, beautiful and good, is theirs no more. Their light is ours. Their radiance now burns in us, eternal flame of memory. So we light candles to keep our love alive, to bring their light into the world. A light unique and precious, ours to treasure while we live. A ner tamid that lights our days and gives us strength to journey through the nights. More precious was the light in your eyes than all the roses in the world.
As a deer yearns for streams of water, so I yearn for you, O God. My whole being thirsts for God, for the living God. Hear my prayer. Let my cry come before you. Do not hide from me in my time of sorrow. Turn your ear to me. When I cry, answer me soon. My God, my soul is downcast. Therefore I think of you.
It's a little low light the Ortsite candle makes. You couldn't read by it or even warm your hands. So the dead are with us only as the scent of fresh coffee, of cinnamon, of pansies excites the nose and then fades, with us as the small candle burns in its glass. We lose and we go on losing as long as we live. A little winter no spring can melt.
The honor of lighting our 7 Yizkor candles is one that no one wants. And the people who we have lost from our community sting all of us the way a loved one from our family stings the people who knew them best. So on behalf of those we've lost since the last time we were physically gathered here for Yizkor, Eve Gumpel, Linda Mason, and Sonia Silverstein, I will light the 4th candle, and we will continue with a moment of silence.
to say goodbye. Remember me. Don't let it make you cry. For even if I'm far away, I hold you in my heart. I sing a secret song to you each night we are apart. Remember me. Though I have to travel far, remember me. Each time you hear a sad guitar, know that I'm with you the only way that I can be. Until you're in my arms again.
If some messenger were to come to us with the offer that death should be overthrown, but with the one inseparable condition that birth should always cease, if the existing generation were given the chance to live forever, but on the clear understanding that never again would there be a child or a youth or first love, never again new persons with new hopes, new ideas, new achievements, ourselves for always and never any others. Could the answer be in doubt? When we fear death's decree, let these bring us solace, the memory of loved ones who have gone before us, a vision of generations to come, through whom we reach far into the future, beyond our own lives.
our seventh candle, we invite Debbie Greenberg. I didn't want to blow at her in these times. With God as my shepherd, I shall not want. The Eternal makes me lie down in green pastures, leads me beside still waters, restores my soul, guides me in straight paths for the sake of God's name. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You have anointed my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Eternal forever. Our loved ones live in our broken hearts, and at times that brings some measure of healing. Their acts of kindness and generosity are the inheritance they leave behind. We feel their absence, but the beauty of their lives abides among us. As it is said, the name of one who died shall not disappear. Our loved ones' names and their memories will endure among us, and these are the names on our lips and our hearts who died from last Yom Kippur to today. Barbara Block, Ethel Borsis Rivkin, Roland Buchengoltz, Mark Chergel, Mardell Cohen, Carol Cooperman, Stuart Dater, Sandra Davidson, Charles Diamond, Margaret Peggy Eisen, Dorothy Engel, Sidney Goldstein, Jeannie Jones, Ezekiel Ed Joseph, Andrew Kessler, Renee Margetich, Orrin Lewis Marsh, Linda Mason, Edward M. Matthews, Linda Sadoff, Sonia Silverstein, Kelvin Thompson, Deborah Tobe, Eugene Udelf, Bonnie Whittlitz. We rise for El Male Rachamim, page 598.
Shalom al mishkavam venomar
Merciful God, God Most High, let there be perfect rest for the souls of our loved ones who have gone into eternity. May they find shelter in your presence among the holy and pure, whose light shines like the radiance of heaven. Compassionate God, hold them close to you forever. May their souls be bound up in the bond of life eternal. May they find a home in you. May they rest in peace. Together we say, Amen. Each 6:05 we remain standing. Our thoughts turn to loved ones whom death has taken from us in recent days and those who died at this season in years past. Our hearts open as well to the wider circles of loss in our community and wherever grief touches the human family. In addition to the names of those we just heard, we remember those whose yahrzeit, the anniversary of their death, falls today. Jana Schultz, Nathan Palitz, Betty Gilman, Joseph Weintraub, Geffen Olympia Ariel, Stanley Michelson, Reba Teplitsky. Zichronam livracha, may their memories be a blessing in this new year and always. As we continue together, Yitgadal v'yikadash Shemei Rabbah, ve'alma di v'rach hirutei v'yamlich malchutei, v'yechon u'vyomechon u'v'chayei dechol Beit Yisrael, v'adalau v'zman kariv v'imru.
Yehei Shmei Rabbah Mevarach Le'olam U'Lamei Omayah.
Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yithadar v'yitaleh v'yithalal shemeid kudusha la'ela u'la'ela mikol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechemata damiran be'alma v'imru Yehei Shlama Rabbah min Shmaya V'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru. Oseh shalom b'mromav, hu yaseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol yoshvei tevel v'imru. May the one who makes peace in the high heavens make peace for us, for all Israel, and for all who dwell on earth, as we say together, Amen. Hazorim b'dima b'rina yikzoru, those who sow in tears shall reap in joy. You may be seated.
Something we must learn, and we are led to those
just to clear the air. I ask forgiveness for the things I've done you blame me for. And then I guess we know there's blame to share, and none of it seems to matter anymore. Like a comet from orbit as it passes the sun, like a stream that meets a boulder halfway through the road. Who can say if I've been changed for the better? I do believe I have been changed for the better, because I knew you. Because I knew you, I have been
Perhaps the best way to honor the memories of our loved ones is to move forward in blessing. We've spent the day in prayer and study. We've questioned our behavior over the past year and perhaps found answers that allow us to overcome the obstacles we put in front of ourselves. We have fasted and tried to purify our hearts and cleanse our minds. We have rethought our priorities, and at the end of today, we hope we are as sin-free as Jews can ever be in this life. Now we are at a moment of transformation. Yom Kippur is not over, but we have reached the denouement. Our Ne'ilah, our concluding service, is not an end. Ne'ilat HaSha'ar, the gates are closing. The gates are closing, and we try one last time to reflect on the past year, to remember our misdeeds and to repent. The gates are closing, and they close slowly, allowing us to squeeze through and leave behind that last bit of impurity still in our hearts. Each time we pass through a gate, we end a section of our journey. Just as we become comfortable with our surroundings, we find that this section of our passage has ended. Though this part of the path is over, there's a new path on the other side of the gates. The next side may at first seem confusing and difficult to traverse, but we know we must continue. As we move on, we discover new passageways, new sections of our great expedition. The gates mark an end, but also a beginning. The phrase Ne'ilat HaSha'ar alludes to this very idea. Inside the word Ne'ilah is Ayin Lamed He, the root for rising up in Hebrew. Inside Sha'ar, or gate, is Ayin Resh, the root for being awake and watchful. When we sleep, we can wake up, and while we are awake, we have the chance to awaken even more. This is our task on Ne'ilah, to rise up and reawaken. As the mood of the service shifts, the music changes and becomes livelier. The melodies and the liturgy remind us that this part of our journey comes to a close, and we begin again on the other side. Life awaits. And none of us are exempt from meeting the next stage of our journey with open eyes, open hearts, and open minds. This is our awakening, our last push towards purity. Ne'ilat HaSha'ar, the gates are closing, and we are ready. Page 614. We rise for the Amidah. Please rise and once again watch the words.
Thank you.
page 630. וחותמנו בספר החיים לברכה ולקדושה, כי אתה קדוש ושמך קדוש ושעריך בקודשי ניכנס. Seal us for holiness and blessing in the book of life. For you are holy and your name is holy, and we yearn to enter your gates in holiness. For you hold out your hand to those who do wrong, your right hand opens wide to receive those who return. Page 646. God responded, I forgive as you have asked. Page 653. Of these wrongs we are guilty. Together we betray, we steal, we scorn, We act perversely. We are cruel. We scheme. We are violent. We slander. We devise evil. We lie. We ridicule. We disobey. We abuse. We defy. We corrupt. We commit crimes. We are hostile. We are stubborn. We are immoral. We kill. We spoil. We go astray. We lead others astray. What can we say to you whose existence is beyond time and space? What words of ours can reach your realm beyond the clouds, beyond heaven itself? Every hidden mystery, every revelation, surely you know them all. Page 659. We read together. We loved and we wept. We were kind
and spoke thoughtfully.
We were faithful and trusting. We put forth effort. We were mindful. We embraced. We took delight in the holy books. We were creative and we yearned. We fought for justice and searched out the good. We tried our best and we were attentive. We did what you commanded us to do. We found meaning in Torah, and most of the time we did what is right. We proclaimed your name, and we were accepting, we were joyful, and we cared. Avinu Malkeinu, page 646.
What? Page 664. You just switched a few numbers. It's fine.
664.
664. We got you.
Thank you.
Ready?
We remain standing for full Kaddish, page 668. Right, 668. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabba be'alma di v'rach chirutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon uvyomechon uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael v'agala uv'izman kariv v'imru Hey shmei Rabba mevarach le'olam u'l'almei almaya yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yithadar v'yitaleh v'yithalal shmei d'kudashah le'ela u'le'ela mikol birchata v'shirata tush b'chata v'nechemata damiran be'alma v'imru Titkabal tzlot hon uvaot hon dechol Yisrael kadam avuhon divishmaya v'imru
Amen.
Yehei shlama rabba min shmaya v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru
Amen.
Oseh shalom b'imromav huya aseh shalom aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'al kol yoshvei tevel v'imru May the one who makes peace in high heavens make peace for us, for all Israel, for all who dwell on earth. We read antiphonally on page 670. We stand as one before the gates of a new year, renewed by this Day of Atonement, made stronger by all who are with us and by those whose presence we feel within.
As the long day fades into dusk, we join our voices in words of hope and dedication.
Pitchu lanu sharei tzedek navovam nodeya.
Open for us the gates of righteousness, that we may enter and praise the eternal source of life.
Open for us the gates of sacred community, that we may enter and feel its healing power.
Open for us the gates of truth and integrity, that we may enter and grow in faithfulness.
Open for us the gates of devotion and principle, that we may enter and find enduring values and meaning.
Open for us the gates of repentance and return, that we may enter and offer our best.
Open for us the gates of forgiveness, that we may enter and offer our humanity.
Open for us the gates of kindness and compassion, that we may enter and offer our love. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed. Adonai hu ha'Elohim. 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 Adonai
Kia. Shivarim. Teruah. Page 674. have your shofar with you. Stay where you are. Get it ready. Here we go.
Tekiah Gedolah.
Shana Tova, Gemar Hatima Tova. You can take your books back this time.
I don't know how tomorrow's going to be, Rabbi, but if you need an extra body for a minion, give me a call.
Will do. Thank you.
15, 20 minutes.
Thank you.
So if you start the service and you're short.
Thank you so much.
That was lovely.
Thank you.
Shana Tova. Really lovely. And that took some wind.
I mean, right?
Happy New Year to you as well. Shana Tova, Gemar Tov. May you be written and sealed.
Oh, so nice to see you both.
Happy New Year. Shana Tova, Gemar Tov. See you soon.
Okay.
I'll be ready.
Whew. Okay. All right, another one in the books. This is lovely. Okay. Go get your most delicious apple in the universe.
I heard they have granola bars this year, which kind of bums me out. I hope I'm wrong.
Just remember
Oh.
that we need to pray for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Oh, stop it. Go. Mr. Torah reader.
I did pretty good.
You
did great. People were like, having this ready answer this week.
Well, gee, because you learned it.
You don't. There we go. That's how you do it. You got to take quarters from Catherine.
No, you do not bring your